Hello, hello, guys. I'm thinking I just want to go straight into it. No countdown, no anything. I just want to get going. I'll be running around looking for some potential quest stuff first anyway, before I actually continue. Then I can also familiarize myself with the controls again. Right, so there's a dude down here that wants something. And I'm not sure if I've gotten that yet.
In that cave, there's a rock guy lurking, holding secrets, I bet. Should you uncover the reason?
Yeah, should you uncover the reason? I have not exactly uncovered any reasons. As far as I know. So I guess I'll try. In what cave, though? I have no idea which cave he is talking about. I mean, it's gotta be... I guess I'll look around. Damn it. In that cave. What cave? Because the only thing that looks like a cave is kind of this place. No, this is not a cave. It's fast. The bots work fast. It's been 2 minutes. Alright. Let me just look around a bit more, see if there's some kind of interactable thing. Because I'm clearly missing something. I feel like that... He just says in that cave, but that doesn't really help. Actually, that's something up there that it looks like I've missed. Definitely saw something green, lootable stuff up there. Maybe I'm just... or not. Damn it! I got poisoned. Maybe there's something here. Anything interactable? It's definitely the most sus place of them all. It's also very dark. Usually it's somewhat easy to tell if there's something you can interact with. Because this I would call a cave. And it's the only cave nearby that I really feel like could be the place. Actually, I feel like I missed something up there. I don't think I saw that pathway before. Damn it. Yeah, I'm not sure I've been up there. Because I definitely went out there. Take care of this pair of legs. Oh yeah, I didn't go up here. Oh, this one broke its head. Alright, I have abilities. Probably should remember that. Transformation here. I do want to use more of them. I just need to upgrade them. Because I accidentally upgraded the poison one, so it's just naturally better. And it costs a bunch of will to do it. It's not like I heard something. Bonk. Alright, get out all of you. I can see you. Wait, is this gonna be a boss? Well, I guess before I do that, I'm gonna grab this. I like this theme. It's cool. Does that mean I got all of them? Dude, there are so many of them. Alright, fine. What is this? Oh, it's definitely something that's gonna come alive. Do we need to hit it then? Mother of stone, indeed. Maybe it doesn't come alive, maybe they just protect it. Damn it. I wasted that. Oh, there's another one. Aw, man. Interrupted me. Oh, shit. Alright. Does this one come alive after them, or does it just... Oh, okay. So just a... whatever boss, I guess. But just a bunch of rock dudes. Playing this game when it's sunny outside makes it real hard to see what's happening in the shadows. But cool. I'm pretty sure I found what I found, so... Or I found what I needed to find, I should say. Let's go back to the dude, give him what he wants. Then I can proceed. Bonk. That's such a cool move. I love that.
One. I finally got me arm.
Damn, he got me.
Oh, you got me skull! Mercy! Mercy! Mercy!
Uh-huh. A sure dust. Oh, it's a spell. Awesome. From sure dust, a Rockwy stands robust. Transform to a Rockwy. Oh, that's he. So he's the one who gives it. Damn. Dude, stop hitting me. I'm dying here. This assholes from above. Okay, so yeah, I absolutely need to do side quests then. Make sure that I do them, because they get some pretty cool shit then. If they actually get transformations. I want to try that. It's time to swap. Let's do it. Yes, let's have some spells. I mean, this is a new spell, I guess. Oh, okay, so... Oh, man, you can't actually choose which type of spell you want, so... No, actually, never mind. I guess it's just you can only have one transformation spell at a time. So this one, I literally just turn into this dude. Hell yeah, let me do that. That's so cool. Cultivate Spirits, do I have anything new that I want to use here? I mean, I definitely do. What does this do? It's like a shield bash or something? Yeah. That's pretty cool. It's a dropkick, of course it is. That's awesome. Rat Archer. Oh, that would give me some range, actually. That's kind of nice, but still, you have to use so much to get anything out of it. Or, like, you have to charge it up. I'm not sure it's actually worth it. Earth Wolf. Okay. I don't know if any of them are really worth it compared to the poison. The poison is so useful for bosses specifically, but I'm not sure. Oh, I just realized what did you use Blood of the Iron Bull for as well to upgrade these? I'll try the Archer. Upgrade him to level 2 at least, so I can use him. Oh, you can see which ones are rare as well. That's kind of cool. Okay. Upgrade a bit as well. I want to see if I can upgrade some transformation stuff. Maybe even a different spell here, Immobilize. I don't know why I haven't done this yet. Yeah, I mean, this is so powerful. I should absolutely just have done this. There's even transformation. Dude, you can upgrade so much. It's so overwhelming to an extent. I don't know where. I want to upgrade everything. It's awesome that so much stuff to upgrade though. I love it. But holy shit, do I want to upgrade all of it? I do think this one is probably just the most useful one. More damage, essentially, and as well as the duration being a bit longer when you hit them is incredibly powerful. Can I craft anything new? Also, being able to have something to choose out here is kind of interesting. Can you get different staffs? Maybe you can. Or polearms. I doubt we can get a different weapon, because I think the extending aspect of this is kind of the big thing, but... Even then... Can I make more anti-poison stuff? I cannot. I need tree pearls. Gotta buy it then. Just buy all of it. Still dealing with a lot of poison. Mind cores. I mean, honestly, I'll just buy those as well. Some rare materials. I don't know if they restock, but I'm buying it. Okay, before I continue down this path, I am gonna go all the way back to... Wait, what is this? Secret? Secret? What is this? was the memory thing. Gotcha. Valley of Despair. I think that's the one I actually gotta go to. And continue from there. Also, while I can, let me change something here. FPS counter top right. This way you guys can see it as well. Very vaguely, I guess. Actually, maybe you can't. Maybe that's just for me. Because I'm not seeing it on OBS. Yeah, never mind. Just me and I can tell the FPS. Make sure this is not too bad.
We are in dire times.
Who's throwing bombs now? Alright, this guy can jump up too, I think. But now I have the red archer as well as a transformation, so I can take care of the archers now, at least a few of them. Or one of them, maybe. Locked from the other side. Okay.
A life for a life. He must pay.
First friends, okay. He's big.
Son, your brother's gone. Help me and atone for your past now. No! Are you mad? Go and hunt the monkey. I'm your father.
Bye, Dad. I don't think there's anything else to... Oh, never mind. There's a chest right here. It's not how I get to it, though. It's down here. More wine worms. That's great. Do like those. I'll get to the boss eventually. I'm just making sure I'm not missing anything out here. What's this? Hidden behind everything. Well, I can't reach. I haven't met that enemy before, but I guess I'm getting their spirits now. Swift bat. Okay. Dude, where am I going now? There's too many places to go. This is a new area. Crouching Tiger Temple. Okay, well, I'm pretty sure I know what boss is in there. Let me just go deal with the guy before I come back here. Is there anything here? Oh my god. Okay, good. I was just hoping this was going to be some quick loot and not an actual another path, because it's a lot of paths. Maximum stamina, awesome. Cool, cool, cool. Dude, I love that exploration's being rewarded with this so much. There's so much different stuff you can actually get. Even if it's just like a bit more stamina or a bit more health or whatever, it's great. It actually feels like it's a good reward for exploring. Let's deal with this big guy. No, dude. Oh no, we got some infantry drops here. I guess let's try this. Bonk. Definitely, it's not the damage dealer, but it is the tanky one. Tail swipe. This guy definitely doesn't stagger easily. Nice. So the first sun there, I kind of forgot what it was in terms of lore yesterday, but the third sun, I believe, was the one who journeyed to the west. So I imagine we'll meet the third sun eventually. He sounds different. Maybe a bit smarter than these guys. point. This seems like it's the only path anyway, so I guess I'll just go back to the Tiger Temple. Need a rest spot, but considering it's a new area coming up, I imagine that's gonna be one for the close. Sweet. Yeah, I guess there's pretty much for me to craft. Also no sparks. Wait, what's this? Do I have... Oh yeah, I got the bats. What do they do then? It's like a wing gust or something like that? This chest. Oh, I thought the chest was on fire. I was like, this chest is on fire. There's gotta be some crazy shit in there. Nah, never mind. Chest is not on fire. Maggots. Oh, we're getting all of it here. Let's meditate as well. I saw the tail. Can't hide from me. Yeah, I remember this boss from one of the trailers as well. Just very prominently featured. Looking back, they definitely showed a lot of stuff. But there's also a bunch of stuff they obviously haven't shown. Alright, let's do this.
Bloody hell. What's the hold up this time?
Bloody hell.
Chuck your offerings and go breed more rats. If you dare to muck up the king's practice again, I'll serve your dimwit son up for supper. Myself.
To all the flies.
That old loser. Where'd you come from? You bird-faced mug. Who cares anyway? I'll gobble you up first.
I was about to say, there's no way he doesn't have phase 2, because he's not using his sword, but now he is, so...
Take this!
Oh, he's got the hardening, okay. I might just wasted that.
I'll break you!
it does have like an ultimate move. That's so cool. Dude, no, let me heal. No, I'm not allowed. Hey Benji, good to see you, man.
What's he running to you? Your destiny's right there!
Ah, damn it. Alright, not a bad attempt. He's got a lot of health. If he has a second phase, this actually might be legitimately difficult. But honestly, probably the best boss so far, I'm not gonna lie. I think that this boss flow is great. I just need to play it a bit better. What? He broke out of that so fast. Okay. Did not expect him to do that. I was gonna heal and use my rat. But, never mind. Alright, so when he turns to stone, if you don't hit him, he does that. I thought it was just gonna, like, be a, if you hit him, he's gonna parry it, if you don't hit him, he's just gonna run out situation, but no. He did some different shit. He just charged me instead. Thought I was gonna do something different. Kick me out of the air. There it is again. Okay, that's just a completely different move than what I thought it was before. Alright, I'm just gonna stun you and heal up. pressed the wrong button. I tried to dodge with one of my abilities. Oof. It seems like a semi-enrage. It could be, yeah. I might try to dodge it instead, now that I know it's coming. It's either that or I stealth it. I think maybe that's what I should do. I stealth it so he goes for my decoy. Just negate the whole thing, because that shit does a lot of damage. That shit does half my HP. It's definitely one of those cases where you have to avoid that. The fuck, man? He never roared at me before. The fuck? Oh, that's gone great. I fall for that one every time. If I dodge too early, I get hit by the slash. Yeah, damn. I think this one is harder than the other bosses for one simple reason. He does way more damage. The previous bosses, most of them just don't do a whole lot of damage. This guy fucks you up. Like, some of his hits does half your health. So, about your question yesterday, Benji, if the difficulty might get harder, or if it is hard, it might be. If this is how bosses will be going forward. This is the first boss to actually give me some trouble. Now, it's still been less than 5 attempts. Oh, I pressed the wrong fucking button. So, it could still just be, you know, me not figuring out this boss, or doing it correctly, but... Damn, he shoulder charged me. Okay.
What's left is the king's.
Yeah, it's super cool. We're literally fighting in a pool of blood. Tor. Det er isbilen. Stop. So yeah, it's very cool design. I also think it is fun. Like, for me, this is good. Because I want a bit more difficulty than it's been so far, and this boss is giving that to me. It's the best boss by a large margin.
Take this!
I need some stamina back. No. Dude, he hit me on the backswing. I don't believe it. I accidentally double healed. Ow. I tried, dude, I tried. Alright. Chill while I heal. Right. Dude, actually, the rat's really bad here then, because the rat will lock me in animation for way longer than some of the others. I actually think maybe I should swap to poison for this. Because the poison will just go out real fast, whereas this guy, the rat, actually just stands there and loads his fucking crossbow. It takes forever. Yeah, let me swap the rat here. Rat's kind of useless. Go back to poison guy. Yeah, in 6 attempts, like it's very classic FromSoft fashion that I do a boss for like 40 attempts and then suddenly they're like, yeah, I'm gonna do something different. Happens way too often. Like, what the fuck do you mean something different? I've been learning your moves all this fucking time. Why are you doing something different now? Actual trolls. I forget to tail swipe every single time.
Take this! Oh, like yeah!
Every time. I fall for it.
Quit with your rubbish tricks! Get out here!
Rockman! Every single time.
Fancy running, do you? Your destiny's right there!
Dude. I'm heavily screwing up right now, I'm choking. I'm sorry if you have belts. It's the ice cream truck and my dog hates it. Toa, ti stille.
Take this!
Dude, that was so close. I didn't have enough mana for stealth, so I couldn't avoid it that way. This boss isn't actually like that bad. He's back. This boss isn't that bad once you start being more patient. You just gotta dodge his stuff, hit him a few times, and rinse and repeat. Super cool boss though. There we go. Rock ability learned. Awesome.
This body of yours is perfect for the art of rock solid.
Just to make sure, let me go check my VODs here real quick. I'm pretty sure I didn't get copyright striked for the music from yesterday, but I want to go make sure, just in case. Because if I did, I need to mute that guy when he comes on. I just mute the fucking game. Which isn't a problem. I can just mute the game and not me, so. Well, I can just mute it for you guys, actually, for the stream. then I can still enjoy it. Just died in PoE. Classic. I do that all the fucking time. I usually dodge games in Smite if I'm watching a stream and it gets intense and the queue pops and I just whoops. Guess I dodged. It is what it is, you know. All right, yeah, it's been out. Okay, the VOD is fully out. I have no copyright strikes. We're safe, thank God. Yeah, so it's basically a parry. I kind of wish it had a different button because then I have to press 2 buttons to make it work, I guess. Where do I put it on? I guess I have to... Excuse me, I guess I swap spells in a different area. Or at a rest spot. Okay, can continue. Down there. How many unique spells can I equip at once? 4, I believe. So like one transformation, for example, like one big one. I currently have a different one that I used to have before. Then you can have like one small transformation, which is kind of like a cool little thing. Okay, so this just drained the blood. Did it do anything? Oh. We're in Aladdin now. It's dark. Do I want to go down here yet? Wait. Because what's over here then? I think I just need the game to, you know. Yeah, you know what? I'm letting the game just show me the way here. Maybe this is just some loot or story item or whatever. Or maybe it's a new area. You'll never know. Hello? We got some bows. Not the zombos. Increase max health. Awesome. I could kind of use a heal now that I'm looking at it. Dude. I could really use a heal. Do I have pellets or something? Do I have some kind of healing item? I don't think I do. That's not good. Come at me. Oh, they came at me real fast. Oh, there's so many of them. I'm running. We're surviving tonight. Oh no. No, I am not. I cannot get back up. Alright, it's all or nothing, boys. Fine, come at me. I'm a rock. Yeah, no rest after the boss. Fight me. Heal. Any healers? Oh shit. I definitely missed something. Oh. He's back.
前慢走，前慢走，再走怕你也无头。
Easy, easy.
I mean, this is the little rifts that I spawn out of. So what is this? Got another life, maybe?
This befits you grandly. Aye, luckily I've kept it close for its rightful owner.
Oh, it's a spell. Flock of many blowing strands into the air creates duplicates. Oh, it's the it's my shadow clones. Nice. Yo, can I get back? No, I cannot. Great. That's fine. Didn't die at least. Yeah, so I can set spells. You have 4 spells, but you can like swap them out. So I have Rock Solid here as well, instead of Cloud Step. I'll try out Rock Solid for now. Transformations I have 2. I only have one there. Yeah, no, it's a heal, we just run past them. Even so. Hello? Is that a... Yes.
It's you again.
It's that guy, it's the vendor.
You've bested the Yaoguai.
You broke the pot, man. Make medicine.
Self-refinement is the way to make golden pills. What say you, brave one? I can never repay you for saving my life. Oh, here, a token of my gratitude.
Cool. Celestial Mortal Medicine. Oh, so... oh, cool. You can just choose? Oh, is that what you use Mind Cores for? Dude, you can just upgrade stats? That's so cool. Stamina recovery rate. This seems very powerful. More mana would also be very nice, so I could use more abilities. I'll grab 2 of those.
Seek from within to ascend. Seek from without to craft pills. A wondrous marvel of the universe.
Like max health, I feel like is great, but dude, stamina recovery rate. I'm throwing 3 at that. Give me
From
more of
yin and
that.
yang, 5 elements emerge. Each nature inherits its unique creation. Each form embodies.
Like, who needs stamina if you have enough stamina recovery rate to never really run out? Give me that. If I just have to stand still for a single second to get all my stamina back, I don't need any more stamina. All these resistances, I'm not really too sure about. I feel like you can get something else against that. I'll do some max health. I can't actually get max. Damn, dude, that costs 3. Oof.
Uncover
I'll
the
take more mana
secrets
then.
of sky and earth, and thou shalt have pills. All things can be my material, yet I choose the rarest few.
What is mortal medicine then? Oh, just the... Okay, so that's just the buffs and stuff. Makes sense. Shock resist. I'll grab a few of everything, I guess, just in case some bosses are doing a lot of that stuff. Just grab like 5 of each or something like that. Alright, awesome. Oh, you can remake? That's cool. Dude, I love the focus on just do whatever you want. Like, always respec if you want to, or like stuff like that. I love when games just allow you to respec for no costs. Every game should just do that. It doesn't make any sense to like get punished for wanting to respec. Why should it cost anything? Why should it be limited? Which it also is sometimes. Just let me test stuff. This is cool. I'll grab that. I mean, all this is just random stuff. Yeah, just... okay. Cool. So you just get random stuff you could just sell. No problem. Okay. Nice. Unreal Engine 5 Elden Ring is looking nice. It's very, very good. I think for a lot of people this will be better than Elden Ring. Probably not for me, because Elden Ring's on a fucking pedestal for me, but... it's very, very good. It's better than I expected it to be. It is very much like a God of War Souls-like type game. I wouldn't say the Souls-like... it has Souls-like elements, like it's Souls-light, not Souls-like. Combat to me, it's gonna get repetitive hearing it, but like it's way more God of War than new ones to me. And just the combat flow and feeling of it. Actual story you can understand. Well, I feel like the Elden Ring story wasn't that hard to comprehend, at least in my case. But I get what you mean. It's not like a, you know, story being told necessarily in those games. Oh no, I forgot I was swamped. Okay, fine, fine. Dude, these guys are tanky. I also just now realized I forgot to use the poison on the tiger. I swapped to it and I didn't use it. I'm gonna play this one safe, because this area is kind of tough. These dudes are relentless. Yeah, like the Elden Ring and just FromSoft games in general, outside of Sekiro, generally don't tell you a story, they let you figure it out yourself. I think it depends on... Yeah, I mean, I get what you see, Benji. It's just, in terms of single-player games, I feel like you should just be able to experiment and do whatever you want. Especially if it's like a story game. Like, a lot of people don't really play the game more than once. Replay value makes more sense in, like, I feel like continuously ongoing games, if that makes any sense. Like online games. Actually, no, never mind. Maybe I should take that back, actually. I think in online games, it makes less sense to have any cost on respeccing. Because you're not making a different, like... You're not getting a new experience by replaying something that you've already played. I don't know. I feel like I can't gather my thoughts completely on that aspect, actually. Like, we can use an example. I think World of Warcraft should just let you respec as you want, as they do now, but it used to not be the case, you know, if that makes any sense. They realized it costing something just didn't make any sense. You could just respec as you wanted. I forgot a recent example where you weren't allowed to do that, and it was just really weird. I just forgot what it was. I still don't know what the Lost Spirits thing actually is. Like, should I be retrieving the Lost Spirits? Maybe it's a bad thing that I'm doing that. Oh, I'm in front of the tornado now. I'm practically in it. Okay. Dude, I wish I had a map. I really do. Oh, am I just on the opposite side of the big door now? I think so. I think I am, yeah. Dude. Okay. That's kind of silly that I can't just open it. Yeah, with big ongoing games, things get updated and changed regularly, so not being able to respec is a little bit punishing than it is in single player games. Yeah, you're right. I don't know, I think I'm just a big fan of being like if I want to experiment with things, like if I see a gigantic talent tree like this game has, like, that's so much. Just on this fucking screen, like, I have 3 level up points, and I can use, like, look how many there are, like, 250 at least, or some shit like that. It's gonna take a long fucking time, man. Leveling up isn't that easy. It's not like you get one every minute. Like, I get maybe, like, I've been playing for an hour, I guess, or something like that. I got 3 levels. It's gonna take a long time to get all of it. I'm pretty sure there's even more you can spend stuff on. Actually, yes, there is, because each ability as well also has different stuff. So, yeah. I'll grab an early lower cooldown on this. But yeah, I just like experimenting with things, so I don't like being fully restrained into just always having to, like, pay for it in some way. Oh, sorry, give me a second. Someone's calling me. It's probably nothing though. Number from Germany is calling me. But why? That's strange. Why would it do that? And it's my two team from Germany. I feel like they wouldn't be calling on my private phone if that was the case. They would probably message me on Discord or, you know, maybe in my stream, something like that. Don't call me. I probably won't be taking it. I'm expecting any number to be scam if it's not a number that I know. Ooh, that's pretty cool. Does that cost another focus point to do that though? I do want more focus point stuff. It's been a while since I upgraded. Oh, it's this guy again. Another meditation spot as well. It's not a no. I don't even have a team. Like, first of all, I need to see if Smite 2 is even fun in the long run. For all I know right now, I'm just gonna get tired of it and I'm gonna quit streaming again. And come back 2 years later, when Smite 2 is good. No, but in all seriousness, I am not even sure if I have any interest in playing competitive anymore. I'm not a big traveling guy. I don't want to travel. I hate traveling. I'm autistic as hell. I fucking hate traveling.
Hurled by gales to and fro, changed from our former glow.
If I could just play online tournaments, sure, that's great. But traveling fucking sucks, man. I hate it. It makes me so uncomfortable.
Such is destiny. What's done is one step before what's to come. It houses a treasure that none other can see. A scale shed by the old Lord.
Sure. Yeah, I'll get the first Pentance Smite 2 as well. 100%.
Have you seen it in this ridge, young friend? When the Long King defied the court, the Jade Emperor was set to punish his entire house. The four sons of the Long King, deities of the four waters, fled. Deities, not even they have control over their destinies. Once caught in the threads of karma, all are mere offerings on the platter. Four longs for the four waters under the sky. Their destiny is sealed as yours and mine.
This guy's as
When
big as
the
a
Long
from
King
shop
defied the court, the Jade Emperor was set. The four sons of the Long deities,
right.
not even they have control over their destinies.
Guess just this guy here.
Once caught in the threads of
Actually, was that new dialogue he said at the end? Or did I just miss that from before?
when the Long King defied the four sons of deities, not even they have once caught in the threads of karma. Four longs for the four waters under.
Okay. I guess this definitely feels like the main way. Meaning, I'm gonna go back to the place where I originally thought was potentially the main path. Because I feel like going into that tornado right there is gonna be where the next big boss is. But maybe I'm completely wrong, but we'll see. I feel like going into the big tornado, it feels like a main thing. And I don't want to start a cutscene into a boss just yet. Because I want to go to... I mean, at the same time, this teleporting place is below, I guess, this place? Dude. Where am I even going? First of all, I'm gonna go back here. I want to make sure that I haven't missed the big door being closed. Because I think I can open it with something. Some kind of key item. I just don't know if I have that key item yet. Yeah, this big door here. Because I'm quite sure I was just on the opposite side of this door. So it wouldn't really make sense for it to be closed anymore, right? Okay, thank God. Like, it doesn't matter opening this, but it just annoys me that it's still closed. Wait. Unless this isn't... Oh no, there's more stuff here. Dude, why is there still more? There is stuff everywhere. Not a bad thing though. Hello? A door? Oh, and this was the door from before. Okay. I do like the intentionally very weak boss with a health bar. Actually, that's a little dude as well. Alright, let me get a parry off here. Maybe you can upgrade to a point where you can get a riposte as well, like a riposte attack. Zombos. I definitely do like when developers intentionally make some really fun and easy, like, boss that just has a gigantic health bar. They just two-shot them. Oh yeah, this shit poisons. Damn it, man. I thought it was just a slow. I'm poisoned, I guess. Well, I still imagine I will eventually be led down to the door. I mean, that's the big door there, I believe, right? But that was closed when I was down there. Might just didn't, maybe it just didn't render in, I guess. How's the pathing of the game? Multiple ways are somewhat linear. There's definitely some multiple pathing going on at the moment. I think it is linear, but sometimes it will give you a choice whether you want to go left or right. And currently I am stuck, because I... Dude, fuck is on your back? Currently, there's a few different ways I can go, and I'm trying to figure out which one isn't the main path, so I can not do that one. Sorry, I'm trying to do everything, basically, right? Dude, stop. Bonk. Also hit me so I can charge up my thing. Just hit me. Please. Hit me! Okay, that's half. Could you do it again? A bit faster this time? Can we just stand this shit? Yeah, there we go. Bonk. Yeah, I'm also still poisoned, which does not help the situation. Dude, I feel like these enemies are so small, some of my attacks are legitimately just missing them. He exploded. Alright, this time I can't get poisoned, because that shit's just kind of taking me down. For the people that have played the Jedi games, which is essentially like a Souls-like Jedi, it's just, I would probably say it's the most accessible Souls-like game there is. Because it has a difficulty thing. Dude, where am I? Oh yeah, I need to go this way. They have a joke boss. And it was pretty funny. I won't spoil it just in case you guys haven't played it, but it did it pretty well. I liked it a lot. Yeah, I think the multiple pathing will lead to the same place. I'm pretty sure. Because it is effectively structured like a Souls game. Not to mention there's a story to follow, so usually that ends up happening. You chased me all the way from the cave, you asshole? Idiot. Stupid rat. Hope it was worth it. Oh yeah, some of my attacks are definitely missing those guys. Which is pretty annoying. I'm taking us to carry these small guys first. Don't need those in the fight. Of course, yes. This thing is gonna kill me. It's a little too close for comfort. Okay, I think he's the last one now. Maybe there's another small one somewhere. Damn it. Wait, who poisoned me now? What the fuck, man? Okay. He was immune to being frozen doing that. Oh, that healed him. Okay. Bit close. Kind of a tough one, but that's kind of the nature of bosses that tends to put a lot of shit in the ground, because you kind of limited in where you can stand. And also, poison. I got him as a spirit though. Oh, I need to upgrade a bunch of my stuff. Where did I do that again? I completely forgot where I can actually upgrade my my flask. Where's there tornado from here? I don't think I do it here, right? I'm trying to think. Why the hell did I upgrade my flask? Oh yeah, there's also this relic stuff. It's just passive, I guess. Dude, I already forgot I have this now. Maybe I should use it. Got another big door. Is this the one then? The tornado door. Yes. Yes it is. Perfect. Maybe I should just try and go into the tornadoes to see if I even can. Because I'm under the impression that that's the way I have to go at the moment, so maybe it's not. Let's test it. Yes. Yes, it was.
Besides
Damn it.
every sage, a villain resides. Beneath every mountain, an abyss lies.
You have a head in your
Where
hand.
disparities persist, bloodbaths may arise. I cannot escape. And nor
Is this the second son or the third son? Oh, Yellow Wind Sage. He does damage. this thing has a lot of health. He also just missed me completely when I timed it right. He kicked me. Oh. That did a lot of damage. This feels a bit unfair. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna wait with this guy. Because this guy feels like the final area, like chapter boss. This is why I didn't want to go down here. That's just the vibe I got. But I had to make sure, because there's so many paths I can still take. This means I can now choose this guy, the path right next to him with the door, and then the path all the way fucking the other place that I went yesterday. So I'm gonna do that. I guess first of all, I'll just check that this place next to him. Like, what's this about? There's definitely multiple paths. Oh, okay. Never mind then. Now I think I understand a bit better what's happening. Because now I think the other path will lead me back to this place. And eventually, all the paths will lead to the boss. Yeah, because now this one is the furthest one. Okay, now it makes more sense. I get it. Yeah, no worries, Benji. I'll probably just be on the boss anyway. It's gonna take a while, I imagine. So yeah, the last thing I did up here was do the rock boss. And that was a path behind the rock boss, as well as a boar guy asking for jars of something. He needs some booze. Which I don't have. Something's itching my chest. I think I got a mosquito bite. Okay. Welcome received. Damn, man. They just one-shot me. Guess I should try and parry that. If I even can. What's the point of this area? Just an ambush. Is that it? And a flower? Oh, fucking hell. That's a fun move. I like that. Rat Governor. Governor Rat. Yeah, I need to figure out what's good on the big boss there. I need to try and figure out. And maybe it's actually time to try and bring out some of the consumables. I mean, actually, first thing, I need to figure out how I upgrade my flasks, because that I need that shit so badly. Especially if things are gonna get difficult now. I have simply completely forgotten how it works. Okay, so this was it. Never mind, it was not it. Maximum mana. Sweet. Definitely need that. And I imagine this is where I'm gonna... No! I wanted to land over with them. Yeah. Maybe I couldn't land with them up there. Okay. This guy, yeah, was he the one who could do it for me? It's the only unique place, at least. Because I think I've got more than enough upgrade materials for my flask. Or something else. I remember getting some good upgrade materials. Yeah, because this is where I got it the first time. Where is he again? Mr. Monkey Man. He's here, right? Yeah, there we go.
Where there's
Upgrade drinks. Oh, you can upgrade different ones. Okay.
age enriches the brew, and the two
Okay, it's not a
both
gigantic heal,
cloud
but
our mind.
it's good. Good enough. Oh, flask usage as
Now
well.
you can finally drink deep and full.
Nice. That will help a little bit at least.
Only drink can drown my sorrows.
Then I'm ready. No other way but to do the boss. What's this? We got something new in the store. What's the back scratcher? Sure. Grab me the back scratcher. Like, damage reduction could be really nice for this boss. What else? I do have 2 sparks I need to use. Gonna see if I can get something that would actually be immediately useful on the boss, rather than something I just wanna have fun with. Spirits. There we go. What does this one do then? So just it enhances attacks. Huh. Lightning damage could be nice. I'll try the poison. It seems like the guy can be poisoned, I would imagine. Defense or more max stamina? Probably, honestly, do this one instead. Like 3% more crit? I don't know, I feel like that doesn't really do a big difference. Then I'll take some max stamina instead. Now for spells. Decoy health, rock solid. Maybe do something for this. Yeah, I can do more damage to the target. I'll grab this. Probably just both. Do more damage when they're stunned or immobilized. Then I'm pretty much ready. Now I just gotta learn the boss. So he was the guy making the tornado. Damn. You had nothing better to do?
A skinny wretch like you has come far enough!
It missed? No way. We're out of stamina. Oh no. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I can't even tell what it is he throws at me there. Damn it. I mean, not a bad attempt, but when it transitions to his second phase there, it gets pretty tough. It starts being pretty relentless. And I'm not gonna lie, I'm not sure I think the parry is better than the stealth. I think the stealth is much better, because it gives you some breathing room. So I think I'm just gonna go back to that. The parry is nice on some things, but a lot of the time it won't even stagger them, even if you get it. I feel like that's pretty worth it. Well, maybe once it's more upgraded it might be nice, but... doesn't feel worth it at the moment.
A skinny wretch like you has come far enough!
So sporadic. Yeah, I think I'm dead from that. He gets so sporadic in his second phase. I need to learn his new moves in the second phase. I need to just sit back and wait and see what he does. Yeah, I'm back at the boss. There was pretty much nothing the other way, so... I've done like 2 attempts on this one now. Since I came back. That one was pretty good though. He just has a shit ton of health. Like, I feel like I don't do a whole lot of damage to him. But that's also because I'm not sure when my damage windows really are. Just yet. I also would like to know what my... I'm gonna go rest at a different place. Because I just wasted a potion for no reason. That was silly. Especially my first one, because my first one has a buff on it that just heals me to max. Wasting that is silly. I feel like the boss itself isn't much harder than like the tiger guy. He just has way more health. So I mean that obviously does make him more difficult, but in terms of the mechanics he does. I just need to see his phase 2 more. I barely got to hit him in his second phase.
How dare you come back? Why do you have to come back?
I need to stop going for the big hit. Every time, stop doing the big hit. Stealth this one out. Dude, I couldn't fucking move because I was in front of him or some shit. Yeah, I couldn't move. I was stuck in between his legs. I was trying to dodge. But he also did that early. He did that much earlier this time. Might be time gated. Yeah, he hits a bit harder as well. He's not that bad to dodge though. He's slow, but hits hard. I think that's alright. Second phase seems a bit fucking rough though. Unnecessarily. He throws a fucking mountain of a shell thing at me. It's something living. Or like it looks like a creature. Like a gigantic crab.
A skinny wretch like you has come far enough!
I missed timing my dodges now. Didn't expect another hit.
In all the realms can withstand its power! The dust soar!
The kick comes out so fast. I never end up dodging it. Stem grab attack. Throw everything at him. He kicked me again. Oh, he's immune to damage when he's in the grab attack too. Damn it, my clones were wasted. Alright, got something new here. Tornado in the battlefield now.
Let the wind kill.
Kind of hard to see, I'm not gonna lie. No, the tornado! Get me out of here! Alright, it hit me. No! Dude, the tornado interrupted me and I was just stun locked inside of it. Dude, get out of the fucking tornado, man. Dude. Damn, okay, the tornado is real annoying. And it doesn't help when you're close to like the walls, because you just can't see anything. Yeah, this boss is a bit annoying on the visibility factor. Yeah, I got him now. I know what to do. I've seen everything on the boss, I think. Just the visibility factor is a bit of an issue. Because there's always sand in your face.
How dare you come back? Why do you have to come back?
Dude, what do... I wish I could see what they did. The potions I have equipped. When I actually... What the fuck does this mean? That's not it. So this one is a damage reduction. Okay, evil repelling is damage reduction. That's poison. Crit chance. And the last one is... Okay, poise, I guess. I need to use the evil repelling one. Not worth it. This might be a restart. Yeah, restart. I don't know if he needs to drink it first. I should probably just take it before I enter the boss. I'll do that instead. Because I don't really know if it went off or not. I also don't know how long it lasts. For a long duration. Dude, I hate when games say this. Just tell me how long it is. Why? Why are you being unnecessarily vague about it? For a long duration. Right. I hate FromSoft for making that trend. That's one of the really dumbest things they've made. Just tell me how long it is.
A skinny
Give me a
wretch
timer.
like you has come far enough.
Music is nice though. I'm trying to heal. I tried to fucking heal. I think another slight criticism I do have about the game is that I can't sometimes tell if he's healing or not. It's not clear, just from the back, if he's doing the animation or not. And I don't want to spam it, because then you end up using too many potions. Yeah, let's green the beginning out of
Why
the
do
way.
you have to come back?
Dude, I feel like I'm dodging now. I don't know why it's not hit. Unbelievable. Stop greeting.
Withstand his power! Let the dust soar!
Dude, the kick is way too fucking fast. He just fucking does it sometimes. I can't fucking tell. That actually hit me. Oh no. I've hit the bad stage of a boss fight. Where I had a really good attempt, and now I cannot do it at all. Happens to everyone. I just have to play it the same way I did before. I just have to play it so incredibly passive.
skinny wretch like you has come far enough!
Actual skinny shaming here. Dude, I keep getting hit by that backswing now every single fucking time. How annoying. Let's Radon on over again. Dude, every time now. That's unbelievable.
One more taste of my Samadhi wind! Let the winds kill!
I pressed the wrong button. Wait a fucking... Dude, you can get interrupted? Dude, my clone was just completely interrupted. And it went on cooldown as well as taking my... actually, take it, man. It's went on cooldown. I didn't know he could do it more than once. That's the first time he's done it more than once. Come on, dude. Come back here. Stop going outside the arena. Fucking cheater, man. We have reached tornado phase. Dude, I can't see anything. Come here. Dude. The tornado! I can't see anything! Jesus Christ. Legitimately, the visibility in that fight makes it a lot worse.
You disciple, you're a
It's not...
You stole
It's
the
kind of fun,
spell and snatched
but...
the great sage's relic. You even took your master's heed. Just for a short reign over this barren valley.
Can't just find anything what long duration means. Yeah. But he's... Oh, that was his head. Oh.
Amitabha. I am Bodhisattva Lingji of New Mount Sumeru, the warden of this rat. After the great sage's passing, his sixth senses were scattered across the mortal realm. This thieving rat chanced upon one of them, yet hindered by his meager might, he could not absorb its power. Thus he schemed with wicked intent. A victim of his deceit, I had my head taken by him. The sense requires
And then
such
the
a
first
grand
thing you did was
container
start jamming.
to release its power. I
Understandable.
should bear the blame for his reign of havoc upon this ridge again. Through your valor and sagacity, order has been restored. You are the sole worthy one to keep it. Please, keep it secure in my stead.
What a nice egg. Dude, the different animation styles is so cool. Like, legitimately, that's so fucking cool. Now we have stop motion. The classic, the fox was actually a woman. I see. Classic. Every anime story ever. Dude, I love this stop motion so much. The stop motion waterfall was just plastic. That's so cool. That's a cute little story. Oh no. Well, this took a dark turn. How was it? True story. That's what every man goes through when he sees he's just one girl. So that's his high. It's true.
头上
Oh man.
烈日倒下了，
He let that dream get to his head.
周经一贯来到。
Men, beasts, Buddhas, Yaoguais. Each of them bears a distinct root from birth, superior and inferior. None should disturb what's decided. Am I right, Sun Wukong?
Damn. What a well-told little story. Holy shit.
With the wind and sand you've endured here, did you reach the Forgotten Kingdom at the end of the land? Did you find the clash of stones and the fall of Tiger's acolyte? If you shut your ears and heed only your inner murmur, I fear the more you yearn for flawless endings, the further you'll stray from the path. Rats and cats, neither grasped their destiny, and yet neither admitted it. Listen closely, young one. Their complaints ride upon the wind.
So, something I didn't know. After watching a quick stream yesterday, apparently you can zoom in on the map and learn more. I had no idea. So, I did miss out on that on stream. At least I can, I know it now. So. Some more crafting. Damn, sorry for yawning as well. I don't know why I'm so tired today. So I can zoom. There we go.
Spared him, punished him, avoided him, eluded him. Master's grace taught, disciples' plot sought. His golden long staff meant nothing once mortal compassions took root. Bodhisattvas too could fall in this way.
Dude, the artwork is so cool.
They could have put their belief in anything, yet they chose a Yaoguai. Those who deny the rules must suffer the wrath. No wind wrought such destruction here. The Samadhi wind brought only malice here. Vajras and Arhats before the yellow wind shivered. Mounts of bodhisattvas, a lion scion and an elephant white, in fear quivered. A wicked Yaoguai of fierce might followed a discerning master. It was his blessing, but also became his curse.
I think that's all of them. Okay. Awesome. Next chapter then. Chapter 3. White snow, ice cold. There is so... Dude, I don't know if I've seen all the bosses through trailers, but there is still one boss that I remember very clearly. That was shown. Which was in a snowy area. So it might be the final boss of this chapter. Well, I imagine it's gonna be a boss in this chapter either way, because I'm pretty sure it was in a snowy area. This man's a basketball player. Okay. Any loot in the back? Probably not. What about this child, though? Or whatever he was. Could be a grown man, for all I know. Or a god. What are you? Is that a bat or a pig? I couldn't tell. A pat. Benji, have you ever played Monster Hunter, if you're still around? Or do they also fall into the potential, like, too hard and kind of ragey games? What are my graphic settings? Almost everything should be on max. I can just show you. I think pretty much everything is on just the usual. Obviously, like the heavy stuff is off. Ray tracing is off. Shadow quality I put down because shadows tend to be very heavy. And reflection I've put down as well. And that's pretty much all I've done. Almost everything is just on what it used to be for me, which I imagine is just what it calculated was the best for my setup. I haven't really had to do anything. It's just done custom, so nothing big. But it works for me, and I haven't really had any issues. Very, 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 very few cutscenes have had some FPS issues, but any boss fight or something like anything like that hasn't had anything. It's pretty much been running perfect for me. New weapon? Yeah, Red Sage Staff. It doesn't look as cool, but I can't even make it yet, actually. Dude, 21k will? Yikes. No armor, though. Well, no headpiece. I'll grab this. Now I need cold iron leaves. I like the variety in areas. So each chapter seems to have a decently different environment. Of course. No, get me out. Don't want to be poisoned. Not again. So... Are they just frozen? Yeah, seems like it. Oh, actually... I remember this from a gameplay preview. It was one of the first gameplay previews we even saw, where the game was actually... in, like, one of the first combat previews, I guess we saw. I forgot what he was fighting, though. Oh yeah, this guy. This guy's a pushover. Oh, he's not. He is dead. Okay, so they have a little death swing animation. Gotta be careful of that. They actually legitimately kind of hurt. I don't want to check if it damages me. I'm pretty sure it does. That'd be like trying to check if fire is hot. I think I know, you know? It looks hot. Kinda smells hot. Is it hot though? I don't know. Must touch. Happy? It did damage. You happy now? You satisfied? It's only these mace guys though, not so much all the other guys. Alright, come here monkey man. Let's fight. Didn't see it. Sure. Macaque? 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 It's gotta be macaque, right? Oh yeah, he farts at you. This guy's not nasty. It missed. He went stealth? He just dipped out. And laughed at me. Come back, asshole. He's like your average ranked Smite player. Let me take a look at you. What are you? Because you look like a pig and a rat. Oh, not a rat, a bat. It's a rat pig. A bat. A bat pig, not a rat. That's probably lower on those, actually. Maybe I can figure out what they are. I can't believe they are gonna make me actually look this up. Oh no, I can't tell from these pictures, I think, which ones they are. Cyan bat. Okay, so it is technically a bat. It's just a bat that looks like a pig. Can I change it though, Simstar? What else would it be? I still get asked that question all the time. Wait, it might be a little outdated. Look at this guy. He's got a tail. He's ripped as hell. What are you? He's got a war glaive, man. He's also bald, so... Dude, calm down. It's perfect. I mean, yeah. It doesn't matter a whole lot these days, though. But I'm probably the only one really that feels that way. Gotta get the Smite 2 Penta for the first one again, so people can get reminded. I'll plan it all out. Dude, getting Pentas in general, especially in competitive, is so fucking hard now. It just doesn't happen. It's hard enough just in casual games. How do I get in there? And why does this look like a fake wall? Yeah, pretty much. The guys that, well, I mean, not even necessarily just lose the game, but the people that will spam laughing, like even when they're getting killed, those are the type of people that are pretty funny. And I don't even understand why you actually do that. I guess I just go up here then. I guess they're just bored or annoyed. It's probably a bit of both. Yo, could you die? Oh my god, I almost died. That's my first healing too. That went so stupid to die there. Like, I had one recently in ranked. Actually, speaking of Smite stuff, I'm a little sad that I didn't stream Smite last night, because I went for some pretty funny stuff in solo, and it worked out. Finally, something worked out, but it's unfortunate. It was a stream. I snagged a few wins yesterday. It was nice enough. Oh man, I interrupted my own thing. My nose was itchy. Yeah, I actually realized Gamescom was yesterday, so I wanted to watch Gamescom, and then I did some pretty late games. So yeah, wasn't planned. I ended up playing a bit more than I usually would. No regrets though. I had fun. Cool. Grab this guy. I feel like I was about to say something. I thought I lost my train of thought, but. Yeah, I've looked at No Rest for the Wicked. I'm waiting for the full release. I'm not interested in early access stuff. Same thing with Hades too. I'm super excited for those games, but I want to see the final product. I don't want to do early access for those, because I know I'll love them. There's no doubt in my mind. Yeah, that's such a funny move. I love that. It's expensive though. I still cannot believe. I can't just get the phrase out of my head where someone in one of the reviews said this game gets stale after some time. I don't believe you, man. This game has so many talent trees and ways you can build like your playstyle. There's no fucking way. I mean, it's preference. Like, they might just not be very interested in the small intricacy stuff, but I don't know, man. So far, this feels like very, very complicated with what you can do. It's only as fun as you make it yourself. Why does that feel like a secret pathway? Let me in. Yeah, for sure. I'm just gonna wait for them to actually come out. Like, 2025 is gonna be pretty fucking nuts. And yeah, I asked you a question before, Benji, as well, but I assume you weren't here. I asked you if you've played Monster Hunter, or if you have had any interest in those. Or if they're also in the too difficult, potentially like ragey games for you. Not sure they might be interesting for you if you don't like the difficult games. I'd say Monster Hunter's a bit different though, because you can like multiplayer, so. The sounds they make. Played some? Okay. You played the... I assume the Monster Hunter you talk about is the Monster Hunter World? Did you play the other ones as well? I haven't. I only played Worlds, so... I was curious. Because, like, some parts of Monster Hunter is definitely more difficult than Dark Souls games. Monster Hunter can be really difficult, mostly if you're soloing stuff. If you aren't soloing, then yeah, it's gonna be easier, but... I guess you could say the same thing for the Souls games. Those can be geeky easy if you're duoing with someone. These areas are pretty open. There's gotta be a mini-boss or something. Yes. Yes, there is.
Faith and devotion, quite the notion. Yet how many
Oh,
can claim a
yeah.
mind so pure,
This
still
beauty.
and sure? Look at you, through the heavy snow you roam, desiring that thing, no doubt. I read your fortune before you came. Care to hear? Act not and be still, thy gifts art thy ill. If you seek your own end, I shall not stop you. I, the keeper of the New West, welcome the Destined One. Now fly!
Oh, a new transformation. Well, I'm not controlling it, so I missed a bunch of loot over there. Could you fly me back? That'd be nice. All right. As for the person that found one thing they don't like, then either spammed it until they got boring, or just someone that cheesed fights. Yeah. I will solo. For instance, my annoyances felt like it was scaled to party play and moved on to other games, if I remember correctly. Yeah, that sounds about right. Like, some things are definitely scaled to like a smaller rate. Towards the end, at least. I think there's only Iceborne stuff, though. Base game was not. Iceborne stuff, that was definitely something that was made for overrating. And like up to 4. And while it was soloable, you had to like
See that temple
practice
on
the
the
shit
lake?
out of it.
Therein lies the thing you seek. The lord of this land is away. Seize it now and leave.
I still miss loot though. I'm gonna go back. I'm not missing stuff. It was very, very clearly loot. Like, how far back am I going now then? Dude, I'm gonna have to run so far to get all the way back there. Yeah, what the dude? I'm so far back. Why, game? Why would you do this? I'm skipping all these mobs. Dude, Wukong is bare feet in the snow. This man is immune to cold. Didn't play the newest Jedi game. As it crashed on your PC, cool down when it went. Yeah, it was pretty bad when it released. Like, it was incredibly buggy, but I was probably one of the lucky few who was able to play it without much issue. So I played it to the end as well. I liked it a lot. I thought it was great. I'm pretty weird when it comes to really buggy games. They tend to just not be that buggy for me. And I guess vice versa, because one of the buggier experiences for me that kind of ruined the game a bit for me was actually Baldur's Gate 3. Baldur's Gate 3 was quite buggy for me. To the point where I was unable to play the game for legitimately a week, because it was that glitchy. Me and a friend ran into a game-breaking bug, and we could not continue the game. So that really sucked, and it kind of ruined my experience with the game. Because that game is really good. But I don't think about it super fondly because of that experience. That's one of the things we want to revisit at some point. That makes sense, yeah. It's hard. When so many new games come out and you're just so interested in playing them, like Wukong right now for me, Like this year to me honestly has been kind of like a backlog game. I've been able to catch up on stuff that I haven't played, like Doom, the new Doom games I never played. I'm currently still dealing with Doom Eternal, but you know, the new one is coming out next year, so that's really cool. And I don't mind like putting Doom on hold for now, because it's a pretty short game overall, if you're just doing the main stuff. So, I'm having a bunch of fun with it. I might finish it tonight, maybe, depending on if I want to choose to play Smite, because I need to finish Doom, I think, before Smite 2 comes out. On top of that, there's fucking the new WoW expansion coming tomorrow, for the people that I have, I guess, pre-ordered, which I have. Because back when I originally started playing again, the War Within was already announced, and I could like pre-purchase, and I would then get the Dragonflight as well as the War Within. So for me, it made no difference not to do that. Like it was honestly cheaper just to do that, because I would get more expansions out of it. So I do have the early access aspect of it. Damn it! Damn, is this just? There's just nothing here. Damn it, dude. I have to go all the way back now? Fuck, man. Dude, that's so weird. Why would they make it like that? That's probably one of the weird design choices they made in this game. So you go this way. You go this way. You get a cutscene when you walk over here that flies you away, but there's loot right over there. And the only way to get there is to the bridge through this pathway. That's so strange. That's really weird, really weird. Alright, I have to go all the way back then and teleport back to where I was. So yeah, anyway. I also still have Red Dead 2 bought. I really want to play that. I just haven't gotten to it. But I also have kind of, like, intentionally put it to the side because I know it's a gigantic game. And I feel like when I start playing that, I probably only want to play that. Maybe not only, but like, I don't want some other game to the side that also takes up my time. Or maybe in a period where I'm busy as well. It's not gonna go well. So, yeah, I've intentionally just kind of delayed playing Red Dead 2. But I have it bought and everything, so, and installed even. It's just about, yeah, starting it. Yeah, Red Dead can take you at least like 200 hours. Pretty much, yeah. I'm expecting it to be at least like a 100-hour game for me. Like, I hope I enjoy the world, because that makes me want to do side stuff, but if not, I'll just do main stuff anyway. Like, I heard the story is fantastic, so that's also why I bought it in the first place. Eventually, I'll reach a wall where I'm like, I want a really good story game, and then I'll just play that. For now, I've just put it on hold for so long. And I tend to prioritize the new games coming out. Hence playing Wukong. And I've been way too excited for this game. Like, some games just take priority for me. And there is just... man, I don't even know if I'm gonna get to Red Dead 2 this year. Because, obviously with Smite 2, as well as WoW, coming in literally just a few days, I'm gonna be so fucking busy with that. I hope I can get through Wukong, but we'll see how that goes. I will get through Wukong no matter what. It's just, I really hope I can do it sooner rather than later. Without trying to rush, because I'm clearly not rushing either, but... yeah. I do want to be able to enjoy all of it. Yeah, PoE is early access though, and once again, I don't really care for it, man. I don't care for early access at all. So I think I'll, like, just like with everything else, with PoE, I'm waiting until the full release. I just can't be asked with early access anymore, unless I'm just unbelievably excited for something. Is full release called early access? Yeah, but my problem with early access in general is, I guess, exactly that. The early access just tends to be... I mean, is it an early access where it's only a few days? Is that what they mean by it? Like, World of Warcraft, for example, has a 4-day early access. But it is releasing, you know, just globally in 4 days after. Like 4 days after. I assume that's not what they mean with it. Either way, I don't think I can either in November anyway. Because November, or the October, I'm playing Dragon Age. And that comes the 31st, I believe. Like, I'm one of the weirdos who's still very excited for the new Dragon Age game. I love the franchise so much. So I hope that the game is going to be good, but we'll see. I'll play it when it comes out 100%. Like, nothing is going to overtake that. I'm super into Dragon Age, so I'm playing that. So they actually fix bugs and balance? Yeah, okay. Oh, I didn't expect to be able to go over here. Dude, I feel like I recognize this place. Is this the, yeah, I'm pretty sure the boss I know is gonna be here. Which is gonna be cool. Just making sure I'm not missing any loot before I go there. Yeah, I think I want to play PoE, but it doesn't have a big priority for me. Mostly because I don't know if I'm even gonna like it. I might just be past that phase where I like asymmetric RPGs. Because I don't really like the asymmetric camera much these days. Only a few exceptions. Like, No Rest for the Wicked and Hades obviously have my attention, because I love the developers. And they're not exactly RPGs, I guess. No Rest for the Wicked is, but it has this Souls-like aspect to it. It has a bunch of other stuff, like house building and stuff, which I'm generally into. So yeah, we'll see. I don't have any expectations. I'm just kind of like staying low, but that's, once again, there's so much shit coming out that I'm trying not to overwhelm myself as well. I want to have time for it, but I don't know if I have time for all of it. There's so much. Yeah, no, for sure. I don't think starting early would definitely help. Alright, 3 sparks. Gotta use those before I forget. There's also this. Oh yeah. Yeah, from the faintest noise, capture the deepest significance. Bold ventures bring both pride and resistance. Echoes of the past can be found where combo lingers. Slightly extend invisibility duration at the first move of all varied combos. Invincibility duration? I'm not sure what that refers to. Narrows the window of rock solid deflection. Returns half of the mana cost of the spell upon deflection. Okay, so you get rewarded for timing it correctly. That's cool. Temporary increase attack after a perfect dodge. I feel like that's the easy one to go with. Dude, there's no way I'm not doing this one. That just seems more useful overall. I want to upgrade some more basic stuff. It's been a while. Sprinting light attack starter temporarily does more damage. That could be nice. I'll grab that. That makes sense. Dude, I also just realized I haven't upgraded a whole lot of stamina stuff. I need to do that. That would probably help. Slight increase stamina rate recovery when depleted. Yes. Thank fuck. Dude, why am I not... Dude, I completely forgot about all the basic stuff I can upgrade. I need to upgrade stamina related things. That would be nice. Yeah, you like Dragon Age as well, Benji? I had no idea. But we also haven't spoken much lately, I guess. I definitely think there's a lot of unwarranted Dragon Age hate. Like, a lot of people don't like this, the style of the game. I think it's fair. People can like and dislike what they want. But I really don't understand why people hate the style of the new Dragon Age when Inquisition looked worse than what we're seeing on screen for the new one. Inquisition had a style that I think looked generally good, but everything was wet. all the characters was so wet because the glossing on the characters was so fucking high for some reason. It didn't look good. I think this new one looks much better. It looks stylized. It actually looks legitimately cool. Is it missing this, like... Is it different from Origins? Yes. But they have all been different from Origins since the second game. So... I get the frustration from people, but I feel like it's kind of like whining about... I don't know, like new Final Fantasy games not being turn-based anymore. Bro, they haven't been turn-based for over 10 years or 15 years. Like it's way past being like past the thing you really liked about it. It just feels unnecessary to whine about it when it's been that long. Yeah, I liked Inquisition quite a lot. That's probably my favorite one, but I don't think it looks the best. I agree that the thing is, I agree that I think Origins has the best style. Like the dark fantasy style, I also like that the most. Like what the fuck does everyone think I like Dark Souls? It's because of its fucking themes. I love that shit. Like The Witcher, all that shit. I love the dark fantasy stuff so much. It's my favorite thing. But whining about something that hasn't been like that for a franchise for the last 3 games just feels so unnecessary to me. And I'm definitely one of the few people that... Oh, well, I guess I shouldn't say few, but I love a unique, cool style, which the new Dragon Age has. It has a great, like, really cool looking style. I love how it looks. Is it perfect? No, of course not. But is that a reason to hate it? Like, I don't know. It feels unnecessary. Damn it! Forgot. Oh, I got hit. Alright, I think I've killed everything and looted everything here. Time to go to the boss, because I am positive that I know what we're going into here. It's a meditation spot, though. Yeah, Inquisition was great. I did like the story as well. It had lower moments, but I do think it told a great story. And at the time when I did Inquisition, it was after playing Final Fantasy XIV, and they both had a very similar story, which was pretty funny to me. They both went through the well, slight spoilers for people that may not have played, but they had the same type of villain story, where it was this ancient villain that kind of did everything they could, or are trying to do everything they can to bring back what they loved, even though it's gone. Like you probably can't bring it back; it's too late. But it's a very relatable type of villain that, like, I get it, man. You just want to bring back everything you loved, but it's too fucking late. We have to stop you because you're trying to take us down with everything you're going through. And it's a very relatable villain, I think, because, like, wouldn't you try to do the same? Like, if you lost your whole family, but there was a way you could bring them back, I think a lot of people would try to do whatever they could. Excuse me. So, I think it's cool. Yeah, have you played Baldur's Gate 3, Benji? Like, personally, I don't think the story of Baldur's Gate is as, like, cool as the Dragon Age story, but I think it's because it's more like make your own story type of game. So you can either get a shit story or a really good story. But Baldur's Gate 3 is, like, it is the itch. If you miss a Dragon Age game, obviously there's no one coming very soon, but if you were like me a year ago, not knowing anything about when the next Dragon Age was coming, Baldur's Gate 3 was the perfect stand-in for that. Baldur's Gate, I haven't played the other Baldur's Gate games, but Baldur's Gate 3 was an absolute masterpiece in that sense. It truly was the, like, choices matter, like, real hard. You can actually just experience things that almost no one else has with some of the choices you make. It's insane with the amount of choices. It is the most choice-based game I have ever seen. And possibly ever can be made, to be honest. It's crazy. But at the same time, I would almost say play Divinity, the Divinity games first, because that's the developers who made the Baldur's Gate 3. And Divinity is super good as well. It's just, Baldur's Gate 3 is a lot more cinematic than Divinity is.
How delightful.
He is back.
It still recalls your scent.
Or she, I'm not really sure. It's a he.
When that monkey was alive, he was all about weeping and begging for help. Now, even in death,
Oh, it could be
he
some.
led
I
all
don't
you
actually know.
younglings right
Could
to
be-
me.
Could be both.
This sack of
Play
mine
the
can
old ones,
barely
I see.
fit you all. Kang Jinglong, now that you are ready, go and weigh up this one for your master. See if this monkey merits a place amongst my disciples.
Yep. It is indeed the boss I thought it was gonna be. Oh. See, that's the worst frames have been so far. Once again, only cutscenes though. That start. That did so much damage. Holy shit, do not get hit by that. It's so high up. Okay, I need to learn. This is the first, like, real non-humanoid boss, I guess. Like, even though everything is animals, usually it's still humanoid. No! I got stunned for a long time. Was that like a... I wonder if it's like a shock thing? I did shock mantle. No, dude, it moved. Go, my clones. I just need to learn the fight. Because this is already kind of stuffed. Okay, it's a patience fight. I need to wait for it to attack, dodge the thing it does, and then it stands still for a little while. Dude, no, I staggered it with my transformation. You need to hit me, dragon. Get up. Yeah? Can you do that again? This isn't doing enough. Hit me more. Dude, come on. Hit me! Hit me! Dude, I'm running out of time. Okay, thank you. There we go. It's gonna body slam. Okay. Oh no. I'm dead. Damn it. Alright, not a bad first attempt, because I had no fucking idea what was happening in the first beginning of this. You fought the wolf thing from the trailer? I don't know. Maybe not. I don't remember, because I'm not sure which wolf thing you're talking about. I'm not sure. I did buy shock resistance stuff. I should have put it on. Damn, dude. Every time. Missed. Parry would definitely be better for this boss than the stealth. Down. What? You missed. Wukong, why? I mean, I couldn't dodge that. It's unfair, man. Run! Come down, Mr. Dragon. Ow. Yeah, hit me once again, though. Nice. Jump him. Bonk. That's so great. I love that. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. It was one hit. No. He's dead. He's actually not that hard. He just doesn't have that much HP. I think it's the main thing. Like once he's down, you're able to kind of maybe CC him a bit or just hit him a bit more. He takes a lot of damage. Oof. Do I actually have shock resistance on me though? Because I might use it here. Chill, poison, shock. I don't want to use it here. There we go. Alright, Benji. See you, man. Enjoy. Have a nice day if I don't see you later. I'll still be streaming this for probably like at least an hour or two more. I thought I dodged that. This does so much damage too. It's a near one shot. Yeah, I'll restart that one. I cannot get hit by that grab attack. Tough. I forgot to swap to the parry, but I probably don't need it, but I do think it's much better than stealth on this boss. Might give me a stack around him. Dude, what? Okay, that was kind of horseshit. That's not what I wanted to press. No! It stuns me for so long too. The music is so great. Bring out the boys. Dude, I'm actually just dead. I didn't realize he was doing the grab. I was so focused on wanting to heal. Apparently that it doesn't kill, but he finished me off after, so. Damn it. I need to make sure I just don't get hit by that grab. That grab is the only real problem on this fight. At least I can swap to the Actually, maybe the stealth is nice to have for the specifically for the grab. Maybe I can just counter it with a grab. Or with the stealth instead. Maybe that's the play. When I see his big roar, I got a stealth. And only save it for that. I'll try that. That's not good. Just gonna roar. There it is. He still used it on me. Never mind. Decoy was ignored. Dude, I need to stop dodging into that. It's just my natural instinct is dodging into the boss. Yeah, this guy is real bad. The poison guy is so bad on this boss. I gotta figure out something else on that. Maybe the rat actually might be good. Get some fire in. Lightning face. Damn it. Ow, dude. Dude, that just misses way too often. Oh, man. Tragic. I'm trying to transform. Fuck me, dude. Dude, that's so tragic. I hate when it misses like that. Because there's not really any control. It's auto-targeting. Why did it miss? I was below it. Shit. That sucks, man. I don't even think this boss is that hard. It's just unfortunate that that missed. It only has that one grab attack that I have issues with. And the one time I don't get hit by it, my own attacks miss. Dude, I dodged. Bullshit. Drink! Dude. Now it's just not working out. I pressed the fucking dodge button, and then I pressed the healing button, and none of them worked. I wonder if I can actually parry the grab. That would make it so much easier. Actually might be worth a shot. Oh, screw it. I want to test it. Let's see. Might be a good test in general to see if grabs can be parried. Because this is kind of a different parry than in most of the games, I would say. Again, hello, I'm here. Alright, come on. Okay, I think I see the problem with this grab. It technically hits you much earlier than the animation. Because it definitely should not have hit me that early. I can't tell if the fire just broke out of that. Or what happened. Hit me! Not with fire though, that it does anything. More. Uh-oh. Could you come down? It's kind of a bad time for it to do this phase, but at the same time I can completely negate this phase in this form. That might actually be a Giga Chat move when I think about it. I just go into that phase, in that form, charge up the whole thing, I can just have it fully charged when it lands back down. Yeah. That was bad. Alright, I still want to try the parry. If it doesn't work, I'll just die on purpose again and see if I can dodge it instead. Because that seems to be the only way. Stealth didn't work. I was still being tracked. Parry is my only option. I just gotta press it a bit earlier. Hit me with it. I'm ready. No, does not work. Alright, I'll let it kill me then. Because wasting my first potion on this kinda sucks. I guess you can't die to lightning? It's the second time it's happened now. Maybe you can't die to lightning, you need like an actual physical hit after that. Now it's dying time, Mr. Dragon. Dude. What? No, there's some horse shit with this grab attack. Alright, fuck it, I guess. Just gotta try and beat the boss, even if I get hit by it. That's some actual horse shit with this grab. First criticism found. Instantly killed this one of the snakes as well for that attack. That's so unfortunate too. I love this boss on the first few attempts. Now I kinda hate it. Dude, I wasn't near that. Hit me with the lightning, my boy. Just like that, I'm fully charged. Perfect. I missed the time that so badly. No! Oh, I wasted that. That was not good. No, dude, don't fucking believe that. I missed on a killing blow. I missed the killing blow. I'd have been sad if I ended up dying again because I missed it.
You have chosen your way. This time, there will be no easy way out.
I feel like a lot of things happen very quickly. So the dragon died, okay. We ran away, scared. And then the monkey man showed up again. He killed us, now we're in prison.
Well, who'd it be now? A deity or a Yogwai?
It's a big contraption. I got some sparks here. More stamina control would be nice. I'll just keep getting these. Rolling and sprinting costs less stamina.
I know this whiff of monkey stench. Stay where you are, newcomer. Wanderers in this place meet their demise. Be warned. One does not simply leave the cage that Yellowbrow toiled to build. And for those who tried, some went mad, and the rest dead. Welcome to the Buddha's realm. Here is where one's mind ebbs away with the tides of chance. That includes yours too. Why bother fighting it? Just abandon your senses and wait for your end. Like me. Go back now. Don't close you. Can't be advised. You are just like him. Here is where that includes. What?
I wonder if we can open all of these prison cells. What in the Bloodborne is this? Too much insight. That's what this is. Inside this realm? No, this still seems close. Okay. I wonder if this was like a tiny different realm or something. So maybe I could enter the gate now. Cool design though. Like a lantern head. Excuse me? I am pretty sure that I was not hit by that. Dude, grab attacks are not okay in this game. Classic grab attacks. I can't even... Yeah, so you can get thrown over, but I can't jump if I wanted to. Suicide is not allowed. So I guess that guy will just make me go mad, and that's it. No? I wonder what made me go mad then. Strange. Because I kind of want to do it again. Can I actually craft this now? I can. Great. There's even a new one. Dude. I never got to build one of them. Okay. I mean, I should just make this one then. Sure. Huh. Okay. I mean, I assume I can come back and open those gates of prison cells. Oh, is it if you heal? Is that it? Can I kill this guy? Can you poison him, snakes? No? So I kind of want to get up there. I saw some chests too. Classic prison type area though. Gotta have one if you're inspired by FromSoft game. But this one specifically feels very Bloodborne. Oh, it's a limited time? Huh. It's not if you heal. Dude, it's so dark. Because the sun is very bright right now. Can't see shit. Yeah, that's just... I mean, that's a bit weird, but there are just chests there. I don't know if those are openable for me. But they're kind of in a weird position here. I'll just keep going for now, but I'll try and remind myself that they exist. I'll be back. Hopefully. It could be when you get low health as well. Or maybe it's just random while you're inside this prison. I have no clue. Yeah, it's actually a little too dark on the screen right now, but it's obviously a very dark area, but I'm gonna see if I can just fix it a little bit. Yeah, it helped a little bit. Okay, can go up. This is a very cool area. I like this. Oh yeah, it seems to just be random, because it's going to happen again here. longer have stealth. I cannot see where I am. Alright. Very cool mechanic, I do like it. It's different. Cool, some sand. It makes me aware of my surroundings when I go into that state, so very cool. Cool area as well. Gigantic weapons all over the place. Yeah, there seems to just be chests all over the place here, on the walls and stuff. And I don't know if they're something you can actually open, but could also just be reused assets. More of that, thank you very much. Still hit me in the backswing. Go both ways here. Okay. That is not really what I wanted to do, but no problem. Sure. Why not? I'm so far back. Oh, I'm going straight into the state? That's great. Take my health away. Dude, that just CC'd me. I think the only annoying part about this is that it seems stupid that it takes away health. It even lowers how much you heal. Can't say I like that very much. At least those guys seem to be permadead. Which actually kind of makes me want to go back, because I think one of them might still be alive back there. Yeah. If they're permadead, I'm gonna go kill this guy. Just in case there's something, maybe something unlocks if you do. I doubt it, but worth a shot. Man, it went away. Are you fucking kidding me? Who's that guy? There is a chest in there, so this is definitely openable. Dude, I don't want to have to go all the way back. I can also even tell. You can also get up there. A lot of places to go here, it seems. Could also just be a shortcut back to here at the beginning. Whatever for now, though. I'll just continue. God damn it. Oh, I already forgot about that guy. Happening again already. I'll stick around here and kill the big guys if they're here. Like, now that I know they're permadead, basically, I do actually want to take care of them. Dudes in there. Pretty powerful. One will give a spirit, it seems. I do wonder if you can tell somewhere. If you can, like, when it goes away. That's the weirdest part about it for me. Just can't tell anywhere when it hits you or when it goes away. Okay, so yeah, it just goes away. It's random, I'm guessing. I'm actually out of healing. I don't believe it. Okay, okay, so that's where I am now. I'm above that guy. I don't want to get ambushed here with my health, so... Yeah, I fucking knew it. It's gonna happen eventually. Bad timing on that. It ran out. Damn parry. There's no way this guy's still shooting at me, right? You fucking kidding me? Guess they don't really lose sight of you. Jumped. Here we go again. More up. Dude, this is kind of brutal. Like, where's my heal? We got big dude over there as well. Not sure I want to deal with him having no potions or health for that matter. Not to mention mana too. Any shortcuts? Am I right above the I think I'm above the healing. Or at least close to it. Where is it over there? Yeah, the healing is over there. Okay, so I'm pretty much back at the beginning then.
Here is what that includes.
Okay. Yeah, I guess I'll heal now that I'm back here, but... Dude, there are so many chests. Although these are lootable, there's gonna be so much loot in here. Okay, there is a bit confusing so far. Because I'm not really sure what I'm looking for to open those doors. If I need like individual consumable items, or if I need potentially a key or... I'll just have to keep moving up, probably. Running past enemies in this game is kind of hard. They just keep up anyway. They usually don't in Souls games. Outside of select few. I also completely forgot. Yeah, I completely forgot I have this shit. Because it's so rarely useful. Yeah, this is where I went. I guess I'll make sure that I didn't miss something over here, but... I'm actually... should probably go the other way. Also, I haven't gone insane yet. Oh, I literally said that. As it's gonna happen. Great. I think I got everything over here. Well, I'll check just in case. Yeah, that's just out, not gonna go down. So I'm gonna go up then. There's gonna be a rest nearby. That's what this line means. It's gonna be behind this big guy, though. Horribly placed snakes. They're missing everything. progress, I think. I'll rest, I guess. Might as well. More doors I can open. I still have to go the downway path that I saw or accidentally died to. Wait, am I just... No, I'm not. There's a different way. Dude. You absolute dipshits. Where am I now? Where am I? I haven't even been here. Oh, I'm down here where this guy is. Fucking flying pig looking ass. Jesus. Well, if I'm down here anyway, I'm just gonna go down this way instead. Which seems to be leading down there. I assume I at least can get down this way. I just have to be careful not to die to fall damage. Which is a bit awkward, because the jumping in this game is not super great. Great timing for that stun. Oh, we just got another locked door. Okay, so potential little secret door here. Dude, I'm gonna have to play this whole level again just to get all these doors open. Wait, is this wire up again? There's no fucking way. Dude, it is. Okay, dude. Let me at least see if I can go kill this guy. Oh my god. Leave me alone. I'm gonna see if I can kill this guy real fast. What? What just happened? Come on, dude. I'm tempted to just wait till for it to happen so that I can just kill him. I want to kill him. Okay, make me insane right now. I'm gonna go insane in real life instead. There's always growling in the back. I assume it's ambience at this point. There's something stuck in that guy that I can interact with too. I wonder what that is. There's probably gonna be a mini boss in there anyway. Damn NPCs always are. Eventually. make me insane. I'll kill stuff on the way, but I don't want to move too far. Dude, this fucking mob. Arguably the most annoying mob so far in the whole game are those pig rats. I mean, I know I'll be back anyway. Okay, here we go. I was about to say, no, I'll be back there anyway. I could just wait killing him until I actually gotta go back there and open all the cages anyway. It just feels unsatisfying to leave it for me for some reason. Finally. Oh, he drops the cold iron leaves though, so definitely worth it. Cold iron leaves. Okay. There we go. Now I'm just gonna proceed. I suppose I'll heal up though. Does this reset the insanity as well? No. No, it does not. It just continues it. Great. I'll try to probably just ignore most mobs here. Outside the ones I probably just can't get away from, like the damn flying pig assholes. Everything else should be fine though. I guess archers as well might be annoying, but... Wait a second, this just led back. Dude, I'm an idiot. This just leads back. I need to go up, not down. Now I'm just back at the beginning. Okay, go again. Yeah, I don't care about you, so I'm out. I'm gonna hold the record for the longest sitting in this damn zone. So the player's stuck in the same zone for 20 hours. Also, I can probably make some new stuff. Yeah. Now that I found some more cold leaf stuff. Oh, it gives chill resistance? That's great. I'm so happy I made that before the boss. Does this game have transmog? If it does, I guess I'll craft everything just in case. But hopefully it has transmog, because it definitely has some cool outfits. I didn't rest actually, but that's fine. Then I won't have to re-kill some stuff. Also got some stuff here. Oh, dude, I should have... Fuck, man. I should have had this for such a long time. That makes this so much more clean. So dodging no longer interrupts my combo. Dude. I should have had that. Focus gain from perfect dodges also sounds great. Yeah, I need to just focus on the stamina thing. That's gonna be so much better. It's insane how much better this game will end up feeling when you upgrade stuff. Oh, I'm going insane already. Great. Wait, I never saw this. Nothing here. Kill him. I kind of forgot where I should be going. I'll just see if I can keep going up. I kind of forgot. That was a different way for me to go. Actually, dude, I just realized as well, I am a gigantic idiot, because I went back. I could have just TP'd, man. I'm lost. I think that's the problem. I found a new spawn point. I could have just went back up there. Because I can teleport. Life is only as hard as you make it, guys. Sometimes life is easy, but if you're stupid like me, you make it harder on yourself. And then this happens. Yeah, I remember what happened. That's what happened. The second I went out there, I remembered what happened last time I went out here. Okay. Ugh. Sorry about the yawning. Usually happens when I start getting hungry. I'll finish this area, and hopefully the boss area as well. Dude, I instantly just go insane here. That's fantastic. I love when that happens. I think I need to bait that guy down. That didn't work. I don't think my snakes can reach from here. No, they're shooting the different fucking guy. Yes. You know what? Take me out. Take me out. Something kill me. That's so weird. So I can't... Can I actually just do it here? No, that doesn't work. Okay. That's so strange. I'm trying to think. I definitely can deal with it. I think I need to swap my transformation to the rats instead. Oh. This is just the guy right there. Yo, come here. Okay, cool. Glad I could kill one before it went away. Damn, I don't even really want to spawn now. Or swap anything. Actually, I can still swap my stuff, I just can't rest. That's not it. Right, I don't actually need to do it here. I keep thinking about transformations in a different way. Squall Rush, thank you so much for the raid. I really appreciate it. I hope you had a nice stream. Let me use... What's the rat? Use the rat instead. I appreciate it. I hope everyone else is having as much fun with this game as I am. Oh yeah, I don't have it charged. Oh no. Yes, of course. That's good to hear. That is nice to hear, man. No, he still got me. Nah, I gotta get the rat. I gotta shoot that I gotta shoot the bat down first. This guy's games didn't stream them. Yeah, Dark Souls games, but this was sick. Yeah, I'm a lover of both. So this is perfect for me. This is definitely more in the God of War section though, with some Souls elements. I understand though. This is definitely different. It's more actiony than Souls-like. Okay, now I can use. Alright, come over here. This guy's the main issue. Yeah. Dude, stop standing in the air and hit me. There we go. The last hole. It's by far the biggest problem. Oh, they perma-die too. Okay. That helps.
Rotting in the dungeon is your way to play.
Ah, there's extra poison with this guy. Of course, I'm going insane now. This is not good. We got more of those guys over there. Oh my god. I think we just go all out on this. Otherwise it's gonna go bad. I'm poisoned. Fungi man. Fungi man. Yeah. Come on here. Oh, it's a bow guy. I'm gonna wait for the insanity to go away for me to deal with this guy. I do not have enough health to deal with him. He charged me, but didn't hit me. There's no mercy for this guy anymore. There we go.
Can't you just stay locked up and take it as your enlightenment to make a fuss?
This guy's really upset. Okay, that's the way up. Now I do kind of want to go insane one more time here. Because there was dudes here as well. Just a bunch of stray will. Sanity time. Oh, there's just a dude here. That's one of them. See if I can make it to the... Oh, there's two more. Okay. Let's see if I can at least take one more out. I get the last one as well. Oh. Oh. I see. So I hadn't noticed that when you walk into the light, that's what does that. No, dude. Damn. That sucks. He's so low. Tragic. At least my flask fully healed. I'm actually not sure why it does that. Maybe it's after you've gone insane? I have no idea. That's just another locked. Dude, why in the fudge? Hey Kage, what's up, man? I haven't, don't think I've gotten that many transformations, but I have probably overall gotten at least 72 transformations off, assuming the same transformation counts, yes. Oh, there's a secret area where you find the stuff? Okay. Yeah, because I'll get back to him eventually. Because I know he wanted some stuff. I'm not planning on leaving any of the side quests undone. Are you a new enemy? I can't tell. No, you're not. Ow. If anything, I would say this area is slightly repetitive, just because it's, you know, it's kind of just the same zone repeating. But I do actually like this area. Alright, come on, buddy. No, it's the rat! That was a bad time to go rat mode. No, do another stun. Now, that guy down there is gonna be pretty low, but I don't have range. Can't throw anything at him. I'll just have to continue. Also got some healing incoming. Or rest is fine. I'm very impressed with this game so far. Like, it doesn't obviously have quests and stuff. It's very, I would say, in terms of the world design as well as quest design, it's very FromSoft. Personally, I think that's completely fine. Alright. I don't want to rest just yet. Actually, do I? Maybe I do. Because I have to re-explore this whole area anyway. Just so I can open all the prison cells. Which I am hoping will happen once I've done whatever needs to be done in here. That looks like a boss arena. Maybe I check what's the other way first. 81 I would say isn't bad. Like they gave Lies of P and Stellar Blade the same type of treatment, and those games were fantastic. I haven't played Stellar Blade myself, but it was very well loved, and I absolutely loved the shit out of Lies of P. So, yeah, it's weird, but Metacritic also is not something I take particularly serious. It's preference. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, Elden Ring is probably, arguably, my favorite game of all time. But do I really think the Elden Ring DLC is the best DLC to ever come out? I don't know, man. I also think that's kind of over dramatic a bit. Like, there's some really, really good DLCs that's come out through the years. So that's another thing. Like, it's pure preference. I mean, I don't think everything on Metacritic is something that's just fact. Well, nothing really is, but because Blood and Wine, like The Witcher Blood and Wine, is insanity as well. Guessing this is just not... Yeah, I can't really progress from this. There's a chest over there, so I guess you can get there eventually. Oh, yeah, you get that from through the other side. Yeah, I just don't look at the numbers all that much. Like, it doesn't matter to me even a little bit what Metacritic gives a game that I love. Doesn't matter to me, as long as I like it myself. Like, I like some controversial games here and there. Like, one of my most anticipated games right now is the next Dragon Age. A lot of people aren't too happy about how it looks. I think it looks great to me. So, that's all that really matters to me. Alright, let's see what this is. What is that even? Some kind of dog? Pretty cool arena. Captain Wise voice. That's a funny name. Captain Wise voice. It sounds like a mocking name. Someone you call like Smarty Pants. That's right, Captain Wise voice. It's not taking any damage. Oh, it is. It's just taking very little damage. Mispress. Whatever. Hit me. the funny music that comes when you go into this thing is really funny. It's so slow. Hit me. Come on. Finally. You have been bunks. I'm pretty sure I missed the stagger window there while I was trying to get hit. Another lightning boss though. Yeah, the head takes more damage, that makes sense. So it's a classic hit it till it falls, and just so you can do more damage to the part that actually. Oh Jesus Christ! What the hell? Chill, bro. Dude, did I go insane? Did you go insane on this boss as well? Go, my friends. Fuck him up. Phase change. Oh my god. What happened? Not a bad first attempt for sure, but the insanity stuff gets really kind of annoying because it obscures the screen. Alright, Squall, let's see you, man. I will indeed beat their ass eventually, and I will enjoy my stream. Thank you, man. I do have more shock quelling stuff. Might have to use some of it. Very cool boss design though, I will admit. Not too sure how I feel about the flow of light itself. I accidentally pressed twice, I wasted a heal. I guess I got hit by grab attack. I did indeed, dude. I don't mind the insanity mechanic itself, but it obscures the vision way too much. It gets all blurry. Alright, you can't hit it while it does this. That's what I really don't like. I think that's kind of stupid. Chill with the lightning bullshit now. I wonder, can I avoid it? Maybe that's the thing actually. Maybe I can avoid it by running away from the screen. Dude, and that just straight up killed me. Yeah, it does. You have to somehow get away from the insanity stuff. Because it takes your... It does three big things. It obscures your vision, it takes away your health, and it stuns you in the beginning. It's real bad. Maybe it actually doesn't stun on this boss. Yeah, I don't think it actually stuns on the boss. It just obscures the vision too much. And it lowers your max health, which is real annoying too. But I can deal with that, I think. The boss isn't bad enough for that to be a horrible thing. But... Oh, okay. Missed. Enough grease. I gotta chill a bit. I'm not sure you can avoid it. But now everything's blurry. Already? No! No insanity! Damn it. Yeah, I don't think you can get away from that. Get him. Yeah. Oh, he freaked out. Nice. Interesting boss. I think it was alright. Very, very cool design. To play it was a bit weird, I think. I couldn't always tell what he was doing. Have we gotten a yellow one before? Is this an actual transformation then? The Spirit of Captain Wisevoice. Okay. Just the key item. Did that do anything to the prison cells though? Alright. Can't tell. I'm gonna look over the edge and see if I can still see some of the purple circles. Because I assume they need to be gone for them to be open. Oh yeah, I still see it all the way down there. How do I remove them? Because I'm pretty sure I'm supposedly done with this area now, or I could if I wanted to be. But I want all the loot. Yeah, there's gotta be something down there that I'm missing. I guess I'll just TP, teleport down. Or fast travel down. Oh, there's even an item down there that I missed. Actually, it's probably just behind a wall. That would make sense. Who's that guy? Oh, here's the NPC, right? It shows NPCs. My problem with so far with this game is a bit too easy. Yeah, some people have said that. Like, some bosses have been decently difficult, at least in my case. But, I mean, it's not like... I don't think it's good for us to expect from software, like, hardest, like, bosses type difficulty, because that it's not gonna be that. Like, this is a new IP, so it's not gonna be that difficult. But I definitely understand that people want something a bit more difficult. Like, I would like at least one boss in the game that challenges me for like maybe like an hour or two, but I don't think much more than that is what they really wanted the game to be. But maybe there's a super boss in the end, I'm not really sure. Have Have you played Remnant 2? I have, yeah. I haven't finished it because I was doing it with a friend, and said friend hasn't been in the mood for the game for a while, but yes. I have played about 18 hours, I think, of Remnant 2. I still want to finish it, but I would prefer it to be finished with the friend that I began it with.
Here is where one's mind ebbs away with the tides of chance.
Yeah, I mean, it's... especially with difficulty sliders, it's the same thing with God of War. If you take God of War and its hardest difficulty, it's harder than FromSoft games. But, I mean, you can make it... if you choose story mode, I mean, it's... you barely have to do anything, so... I'm not in the boat that thinks difficulty slider is a bad idea. Then you can just make it as hard as you want it to be. Like, I'm someone who wants a challenge, but I don't need it to be, like, so difficult that you're, you know, pulling your hair out. Like, I don't need that. I like a fair amount of difficulty. But nothing too insane. I don't need to no-hit run every boss like some people want to. I'm not really into that stuff. I just want a good challenge. I think my main problem with when bosses are too easy is that I just kind of forget about them. It's way more of an experience when they put up a bit of a fight. Then I remember it. Yeah, I mean, the Valkyries is kind of... it's a good example, actually, because the Valkyries were in God of War were made for the people that really wanted a hard challenge. Because the main bosses in God of War are not that hard. Like, they're just cinematic and cool. The Valkyries were made for the people that really wanted a challenge. So, I think that's a great way to do it. If you want to make like a more accessible game, have the main story stuff not be that difficult. I still don't think it should be too easy. But so far I think this is a good challenge. And then this game should have really hard bosses once the game is finished that are optional. I think that's the best way to do it. If you want to make a hard boss, I think it's fair enough to make the final boss pretty difficult, but you can't also make it too difficult for the more like casual player base, I would say, if you want a good business out of it. Have you played Dead Rising? No, I haven't played Dead Rising. Dead Rising is the, it's like the zombie horde game, isn't it? Oh, look at this guy. Tentacle Man. Yeah, I haven't played that though. Yeah, he's got a lot of fucking health, this guy. I definitely do need to go back to those prison cells. I imagine something in the area will help me figure out how to open those. Because I definitely probably just missed something. I'll just have to explore. Okay. Before I do any of this, yeah, I want to go back. First of all, let me go all the way back to... Where was... the... where was he? Wasn't there... this is the closest, yeah. I'll go back to the pig guy. I'll get that done real fast. Otherwise, I'll just end up having too much backlog stuff to do. But yeah, Sekiro is one of my favorite games of all time, so when it comes to difficult games, like that's probably my best example of like pure enjoyment. I did all the gauntlets as well. On like New Game Plus, I guess 4, because I don't think I did it higher than that, but... But the gauntlets were pretty fucking difficult too. Or the inner versions of the bosses. It was super fun though. Yeah, because what did he say again? He wanted some jars of something.
2 more jars from Windrest.
From Windrest. Alright, let me take a look around here. It is funny to just look out and see all, like, some rocks are really well rendered, some are not. Like down there, those rocks look great. The ones over there don't really look great. It's it's tough to make it work. Like even just right here, some of the rendering is not great. Didn't expect that to just explode, but... Yeah, I can't really get in here. Also not sure you're supposed to get in there. Something about it doesn't really look completely finished. Okay. I'm looking at all the small things. And for the people that might be wondering, what the fuck is he doing? I'm looking for a secret. Supposedly there's a secret here, somewhere. So I'm looking around. Because it's definitely a weird and empty area where there's just a guy sitting. I even said it back when I found this area. I was like, there's no way this isn't going to be something later. And I guess if it isn't something later, there would be some secret type thing here. I also don't even know what wind rest is.
Two more jars from Windred.
Have I been at wind rest? I don't even know. I'm not really immediately seeing anything out of place. I mean, there's the open door up here, but you can't really go inside of it. At least not through the main door. Especially if it leads to something different, it almost has to be through this door. Unless you can't see the pathway. It could be underground, I guess, but... What about you, pigman? Can you lead me in the right direction? At least what he says doesn't give me any clue. At least I'm not picking up on it. 2 jars from Windrest.
Two more jars from Windrest.
I guess first of all I want to check if I've been at a place called Windrest. Got a mind core from that guy. Damn. I've killed him so many times. So I guess they can just drop. That's kind of crazy. I'm gonna swap this as well while I can. Maybe try one of the new ones. I'll do this one. Lightning guy. I've done everything I can when it comes to that stuff now. Oh, we can... Okay. I get defense or more mana too. Okay, I have to do those. And stamina recovery rate? Absolutely need to do those things. That is too useful. Right, so Windrest. Let me check. No Windrest here. I found Rock Rest. And no wind rest here either. So it could be later that I find a wind rest. We could do a game of hot and cold. If anyone in chat is aware of the secret location. Because if I need a specific item to proceed that I might not have, I would like to know if I need a specific ability to proceed. That would also be nice to know. Because I've kind of done everything I could think of. I mean, if I could turn into something smaller and go through the door, that would be nice. But from what I know, you can't turn into something like the cicada to be stealthy. If you can, I've completely missed on how. Haven't really been able to see how that happens since well, the story moment where it happened at the beginning. Yeah, maybe I'll just have to come back. Yeah, I'll leave this one for future me to figure out. Luckily, as far as I know, like I don't think I'll be missing out on the quest because it's chapter based. So I assume that no matter what I do, it won't affect him going anywhere. So hopefully I can just return to him at any point. Right, that was that. So there's this whole thing. I will explore this area a bit more to see if I can figure out how to open the cells. But I kind of just get the idea that I can't just yet. Speaking to the guy over there doesn't really give me any hints on how to do it either. Because there's so many of them. I feel like if it was obvious, it would have happened by now, considering I beat the area's boss. But
Here is where one's mind, that includes you. Why bother fighting it? Just abandon your senses and wait for your...
I mean, if that's the case, I could wait and see if I can do something while I'm insane. That just kind of feels like a bad mechanic though, having to only wait while you're insane to open them, but I tried before and it didn't do anything. I'll give it a shot though. It's funny how you can see that it's not as detailed as some of the other things, but it's also a gigantic model. Like, considering how big it is pretty detailed, but it is so big. Probably some kind of polygon limit to make sure all and every PC doesn't explode. Actually, can I even go insane in this area anymore, considering the boss is dead? I assume the boss was the one causing it. Yeah, I don't know. Damn. Definitely didn't see that yet. Damn. Looks cool. I'll go up here. See if it see if I can find something that might give me a clue. What's down there? I don't think I've been down there, have I? Maybe I have. Alright, these guys are dead. Dude. Okay. I have been down here, yes. I definitely have. Still managed to throw me over the edge.
Didn't find your joy. You must find your pain first.
Been on there. Yeah. I don't know. I think maybe I just proceed. It could just be tied to some kind of secret in this area. But having to look for secrets that I might not find very easily on stream is... I don't know.
I smell no faith in your heart.
I understand when that happens, it can get very fucking boring. So... I don't know if I want to look for all that stuff on stream. I could just do that in my own time. So I think I might just have to do that. This leading all the way back though is so incredibly sus to me. Why would it do that? It just feels weird in terms of game design that it would lead you all the way back without having something new to do in the back. I know. How's the game been going? It's been going great. I'm a bit puzzled at the moment with a potential secret, but it's been great. Some good bosses. I'm very tired and hungry. You little shit, just come down. How's the game compares so far to FromSoft catalog? In terms of like level design, it's hard to beat FromSoft, but I mean, I don't know if it's fair comparing it to FromSoft, because once again, it feels like a different genre. It has a FromSoft type level design, just not as good as FromSoft. Quest system is kind of like FromSoft, like it's hello random person, can you go grab me that thing, and then when you come back I'll give you just something. NPC dialogue can be pretty obscure as well, but yeah, it's...
Here is where one's mind that includes you. Why bother fighting?
I think combat is preference, whether you like it more and more than a FromSoft game. Because my opinion on a FromSoft combat is it feels good, but it's not very like varied. Like it's pretty much the same. Like you find a weapon you like and you just stick to that, or you have like what 2 or 3 attacks you use for the rest of the game. You have obviously way more options in a game like this, with like action, and you have talent trees and all that stuff. You have way more stuff to work with. More combo stuff. So I would say combat in this, like moment to moment, is a bit more enjoyable. Does it feel as good? That's probably preference as well. I think it feels about just as good, to be honest. Like when you get a good hit in, or like a good parry or whatever, it feels great. I get the same dopamine hits out of it. Yeah, oddly enough, I don't really see it myself, but apparently one of the games that inspired this game the most was Devil May Cry. I don't know how, because I don't feel like they have anything in common, but like to me this just feels like playing God of War. So that's the one I at least feel like it plays like the most. It honestly legitimately just feels like God of War with Souls-like elements. Alright, fuck it. I'll leave this puzzle, or whatever it is, for another time. I've spent enough time in this area, I want to get out of here. Also, what time is it? It's probably also time for me to go get some food. Yeah, got really inspired really about DMC-like games and iterated on that with third-person action combat. Now you add some FromSoft flavor, and there we go. Pretty much, yeah. Pretty much. I think God of War was heavily inspired by Last of Us as well. Obviously, in terms of genre, it's very different, but I feel like The Last of Us is very apparent in the inspiration on it. Though I guess it's more like the structure of the story, and I feel like the camera angle kind of came from The Last of Us. Very close up. It's just in a shooter it makes generally more sense, but they made it work in God of War with melee combat, so can't say I'm complaining. I'm very excited to see what they do next with the franchise. But I don't really want to spoil anything in case people haven't played Ragnarok, because Ragnarok obviously isn't on PC yet. I have a PS5, so I played it when it came out. I was very fucking excited. Like, a parry like that feels amazing. That's great. It's so good. What is this weird-ass tree? Tree pearl. Okay. Yeah, the PC port is coming soon. And another thing that's coming very soon. Final Fantasy 16 is finally coming to PC as well. Now, Final Fantasy 16 was my game of the year last year. I think it's an amazing game. It does have clear flaws, absolutely, but I love the shit out of the game. And that is fully, basically, like DMC combat. Can you get into zero knowledge of FF? Yes, absolutely. You absolutely can. It is pretty much made with that in mind. Every Final Fantasy is made with that in mind, pretty much. They are like it's an anthology series. Every new like main game is a different universe basically, but they do get inspired, if that makes any sense. Like they use some of the same mobs. They always have a character called Sid, like stuff like that. But they're not related to each other, not really. That's why it gets weird, because Final Fantasy X has a Final Fantasy X too. So they're not related. They're actually just different games. It's probably the most experimental franchise you find out there. Which is very cool and very strange sometimes, because you can fucking hate the last one, but absolutely love the next one, because they're so different. Like, over the years, for about like 4 years now, I've been absolutely in love with the Final Fantasy franchise, because there's so much to love about it. It is definitely not perfect, but there's so much to love about it. And I think the great part about Final Fantasy 16 is its combat. Story is a bit hit or miss for people. Like, I liked it. Some people fucking hated it. The music is insane, which is why it won at Game Awards. It deserved it. The music was absolutely amazing. Which it usually is in Final Fantasy games. They really just... I mean, a lot of Japanese games do. You see it with FromSoft as well. They just love their music. Final Fantasy is just like that. It's just a lot more, I guess, epic in scale. Or experimental. That also sometimes happens. But yeah. I do have a soft spot for Final Fantasy 16, I think. I've been thinking about that game a lot. And I will probably replay it on PC. If I know myself correctly enough. I just won't do it while I have other stuff to do. So it probably won't be this year, but it's coming out September, I think it was. So it's coming pretty soon. Yeah, they got Bloodborne work on a PC emulator. Yeah. I did see something like that, but I feel like it's probably not gonna be good. If, like, Sony might not like that. I don't think it's just gonna be something everyone can start doing. I feel like Sony might actually step in and say, hey, you can't do that. But we'll see. Did I rest? I did. Okay. Because I think I'm gonna have to end it here. Where is that pagoda that I'm apparently... Oh, there it is. Found it. Okay, so this way is the main way. What is up here then? I just want to make sure I'm not missing anything here. Where am I going now? How is there so much... What the hell? How is there so much freedom to explore? You shits are still here? You flying ass pigs, go away. I hate that mob. Yeah, as long as the emulator is free, Sony can't do anything about it. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure if there's some legal thing. Like, Nintendo has issues with it. Maybe Sony would end up also having issues with it. But yeah, even if it works, it probably won't do anything for me specifically. I can't really say I have any interest in emulating. Oh my god. Heal. Heal. I don't actually think I would play Bloodborne again unless I could get it in a 60 FPS mode somehow. I mean, which you could, I guess, if you could emulate on PC, but I don't really know anything about all that stuff, to be honest. I don't really know how emulating works, so all I'm really saying is speculation, or I mean, it's completely baseless speculation. I have no clue. What is this open-ass area? Oh, you're alive. I would definitely be tempted to do it, but I don't really know for sure. It would actually be the funniest shit if they eventually just came out and admitted that they lost the source code. Because at this point it feels like that's actually just the case. Dude, Bloodborne would be so free money for Sony right now. There's only two possible explanations I can get to in my head right now. Bluepoint is somehow working on the remake for the PS6. Which is a weird rumor that happened about like 6 months ago, that that's the case. If they aren't remaking it for the PS6, they must have lost the fucking source code. There's no way. I don't fucking believe it anymore. Oh, look at this guy. Oh, it's you again. Get bonked. Oops. Let's try hard on his itchy as blade. Damn warglaves. Hello? Birdman? Oh, it's one of these guys again. I see. Damn it. Something else is hitting me as well. What is it? What the fuck are you? Worm flower? Golden lotus. Huh. Kind of a weird place to have a living flower enemy. In the snow. Dude, I went so off rail here. I feel like I'm gonna run into a boss soon. Ow. Chill, I need healing. Damn. Yeah, keep hitting me. You're helping me. It's fine, you're just gonna get bonked instead. Oh, he still lives. Yeah, Demon Souls better come to PC, I agree. I agree, man. It was great too. Like you definitely feel the age, obviously, but I loved it. It was nice. It just felt really good to play. It is insane how much you can do with just new sound effects and new animations. Dude, I thought I was going to the pagoda over there. What the fuck am I going now? I just thought it was going to be a quick little side path. This is not a quick little side path. Oh, I see. Here's Lion. Dude, what the fuck? This guy's attack is so weird. It's kind of hard to read, and I am just cold. Mirage pill, and not of voidness. Not of voidness. Okay, so this was a side thing. I'm happy, because I think the pagoda is gonna lead to something a bit bigger. This was just a bunch of nice loot. Dude, this game has also just kind of blown me away. Like, this game is so far kind of quickly becoming my game of the year. Not that there's been much this year anyway, but I love the shit out of Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, as well as Persona 3 Reloaded. Kind of both remakes, which is why I think I don't want them to win that much. I would say the Final Fantasy remake, though, is big enough to be something more, though, because it's a gigantic remake, but still. This game is something new and cool, so I would prefer something like this to win. Well, wait, did I come around to the pagoda? Where am I? No, the pagoda's still over there. But looks like might be boss time. If it is, I'm not doing it now. Before I do that, where am I? Am I where I was before? I just went the other way. Oh, dude, that's so fun. I am literally where I was. Yeah, I just went all the way up there. Cool. See, that's some cool design. I like that. That almost feels FromSoft-like. I went so far in the other direction, I came all the way back around. That's cool. That was great. Rest. Alright, I'll probably try off stream to see if I can figure out how to open the cells in the last area. And if I can't, maybe my friend Google can help me, but hopefully I can find it on my own, because I prefer to be a bit more self-discovery. There's also this secret with the boar. I'll also try and figure that one out off stream. And if I find anything, I'll just continue that in the next stream. So nothing's being missed. But, alright. I'm hungry, I'm tired. I wanna walk my dog, all that jazz. So, thank you guys for watching as always. I really fucking appreciate it.